Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for making it over here at the National Conference of Responsible Businesses. A lot of our attendees have actually called in to let us know they're stuck in the rush or there's rain on different parts of the city. So we will have a few latecomers coming in. But because you guys have all come over here on time, we do want to make sure that this conference starts exactly on time as promised. So in 10 minutes, we're going to be starting. Inshallah. So not a very long wait. Hope you guys all enjoy. We have lovely juices over here. Please network, enjoy your time, share your thoughts with each other as we get started with the National Conference on Responsible Businesses. We do want to make sure that the conference starts exactly on time as promised. So in 10 minutes, we're going to be starting, inshallah. So not a very long wait. Hope you guys all enjoy. We have lovely juices over here. Please network, enjoy your time, share your thoughts with each We will start this day with a recitation from the Holy Quran.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أرأيت الذي يكذب بالدين فذلك الذي يدعو اليتيم ولا يحض على طعام المسكين فويل للمصلين الذين هم عن صلاتهم ساهون الذين هم يراءون ويمنعون
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Great to see all of you over here. हमारे जो आज के national conference on responsible businesses, I believe everybody over here in the audience agrees that this is one of those things which is most required in Pakistan. And to start this conversation, I'm going to start with a little story, a little anecdote of history, a little piece of history. So 1914 was a very interesting year. World War I happened. But two game-changing moves that were made in the industrial world also happened that shaped the future of business. You see, on the 5th of January, 1914, the Ford Motor Company introduced an 8-hour workday and a minimum wage of $5 for a day's labor. And a few months later, IBM hired its first person with disability. Both companies went on to become economic juggernauts. They say that a flap of a butterfly's wings in Brazil can set off a tornado in Texas. And this is absolutely true when it comes to responsible business practices. A seed that you will sow today will bear fruit for all of you tomorrow. And that is the spirit of today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the National Conference of Responsible Businesses. I'm your host, Zainab Ansari, and today we have exciting perspectives from leaders of sustainability across the world, as well as a much-awaited panel discussion. We have our panelists over here. It's been quite exciting putting together this panel discussion with everyone. It's very, very interesting topics on collaborative solutions that we can actually bring for fair and ethical businesses. Our mission at EFP is to empower organizations to embrace their legal and ethical responsible businesses practices. Our ultimate goal, creating a more sustainable and inclusive business environment. And without much further ado, I'd like to read a verse by Allama Iqbal from his famous book, Zarb-e-Talim. तेरी खुदी में अगर इनकलाब हो पैदा, तेरी खुदी में अगर इनकलाब हो पैदा, अजब नहीं है कि ये चार सू बदल जाए. To kick off today's learnings, I'd like to call on to stage an individual whose leadership is noted for addressing the challenges faced by industries, particularly during economic crisis, emphasizing the need for survivability and sustainability in these business practices. Leading the Employers Federation of Pakistan from the front as president, please put your hands together for Mr. Malik Tahir Javed. Sorry. Ji.
Hello. Bismillah. Bismillah Rahman Rahim. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Hulia from yes, of course. And dignities, Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of the Board of Directors, Employer Federation of Pakistan, I welcome you all to this important conference on responsible businesses. I'm thankful to ILO, and particularly my friend Gair, with whom I cannot see at the moment, maybe he's on the way, Director ILO country, Office Islamabad, for his support in organizing this conference and his presence in this conference. This conference has been organized to create awareness about responsible business practices, share best practices, and build the capacity of organizations to be more compliant, to embrace their legal and social responsibilities towards creating a more sustainable and inclusive work environment. Responsible businesses benefit society, the environment, and economy by providing environmentally safe, ethical, and decent work conditions and products and services. Dear participants, businesses are drivers of economy and contribute to social and economic development, yet business activities can also have an adverse impact on people and the environment. It is therefore important for businesses to act responsibly, to identify and manage the risk of impacts associated with their operations. I'm happy to inform you that the Employers Federation of Pakistan, the signatory to the Decent Work Country Program, is actively engaged in promoting the fundamental principle and rights at work, principles of the MNE Declaration and Global Compact to realize decent work for all. the Employer Federation has also signed a global coalition for social justice and has established the Pakistan Business Task Force on the nation's Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework to mobilize a collective effort to address the issues of social justice deficits and to accelerate the implementation of SDGs to achieve Development Agenda 2030, based on the principle that no one is left behind. Employer Federation is also encouraging and recognizing the enterprises demonstrating good practices in areas of OSH, my most favorite topic, gender equality, skill development, diversity and inclusion and responsibility, business practices to promote decent working conditions and ensure compliance with local legislation and international standards, which is becoming more and more important for businesses. The conditionalities by the GSP Plus, the EU due diligence framework, and the social audits by the brands highlighted the importance of the compliance. I'm happy to inform you that Employer Federation of Pakistan, with the support of ILO, has developed a compliance plus assessment tool for promoting a culture of compliance in Pakistan and building the capacity of the private sector to comply with local labor laws and international conventions. I hope this conference will help the member organizations to better understand the legal and ethical imperatives of responsible business conduct, the impact of GSP plus conditionalities, and the obligations of business under the EU due diligence framework. It is very encouraging that the member organizations are adopting responsible business practices and supporting Employer Federation of Pakistan efforts of creating good practices and promoting decent working conditions. That is important for the image building of Pakistani businesses. Employer Federation will be recognizing and conferring awards to enterprises demonstrating best practices after this conference in the award distributions of the 10th Employers of the Year Award after this conference. Thank you very much for being here and listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Malik Saab, for your speech and for being over here and your presence over here today. Integrity, transparency, and social responsibility. These are the three fundamental principles of fair and ethical businesses. But we're all businesses here, right? Profits is the main area that we're actually focused on. And the good news is, what if I tell you that all of these practices, these sustainable practices actually lead to a better bottom line? You see, Harvard Business Review, Forbes, Deloitte, Boston Consulting Group, they all have one thing in common. They all published a report showing that DEI initiatives, which is diversity, inclusion, and equity initiatives within a company, can push the profits up to 33%. 33% मुनाफे में इजाफा for your company. And that solution is right here for you. क्योंकि हमारे माशाल्लाह से population की तो कोई मसला नहीं है हमारे यहाँ. And women already contribute 52%. 15% of that population is people with disabilities. So आपके पास इसी एक initiative से इतना सब कुछ available है. You see, ethical businesses are the economic giants of the future. जिस तरह मैंने आपको थोड़ी देर पहले example दी थी, IBM की example दी थी, आपको थोड़ी देर पहले उसकी भी, there are a lot of other examples I'm going to go forward with. Our next speaker will be shining a light on the global perspectives of fair and ethical businesses as a message from the European Union. His extensive experience in international relations and diplomacy is notable, having worked for the EU in various capacities and is recognized for his expertise in EU external relations, security policy, human rights, and interinstitutional cooperation. Unfortunately, he was not able to be over here with us today, but he has a message to share with all of you regarding the global perspectives of fair and ethical businesses. I'd like you all to give it up for Mr. Philip Oliver Gross, Chargé d'Affaires of EU to Pakistan.
Afternoon. Your Excellency, Mr. Shahid Taim, Minister for Labor and Human Resources, Government of Sindh. Distinguished Mr. Javed, President of the Employers Federation of Pakistan. Distinguished Mr. Tonsol, Director of the ILO Country Office. Respected Mrs. Bajanova, Head of Labor, Social and Environmental Standards of GIZ. Dear panelists and participants, I would like to commend the Employers Federation of Pakistan for organizing this conference. It is very timely indeed to discuss responsible businesses in Pakistan. Also, my sincere congratulations to all winners of the Employer of the Year Award 2024. The EU delegation to Pakistan unfortunately could not be present in Karachi with you in person. I am therefore very grateful for this opportunity to contribute to your discussions through this video message. When we discuss international trade and free markets, it is worthwhile asking how fair is trade actually? Allow me to outline the EU's perspective on fair trade and to indicate how countries such as Pakistan can benefit from it. In 2022, in a European Parliament debate on the future of EU trade policy in the post-pandemic context, the emphasis was on free, fair, inclusive, and sustainable trade as the only tool that would deliver a resilient recovery and bring prosperity to business and people. For this purpose, the EU developed a new multilateral matrix that would inspire greater consistency with international organizations on trade and investment, aligned with social, environmental, and human needs. The EU focuses on a combination of green values agenda and a universal green development when it comes to production cycles, export orientation, and industrial development. EU trade policy takes a truly global perspective as it seeks to create growth and jobs by increasing the opportunities for trade and investment around the globe. By working together with our partner countries, the EU aims to support an open global trading system based on the respect of fair rules. The EU supports and defends its own industry and business by removing barriers so that EU exporters gain fair conditions and access to other markets. And in reciprocity, the EU supports foreign companies in getting access to the EU's single market of roughly 450 million consumers with uniform rules and regulations. In this endeavor, the European Union upholds its approach to ethical business by keeping the sustainability element in the spotlight. Given our dependence on global supply chains, EU trade policy aims to ensure that each stage of the production process is reached responsibly, so that workers' rights and the environment are protected. The European Parliament has already approved the EU Supply Chain Law, otherwise known as the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, or CSDDD. In a staged application approach, this law will eventually oblige EU companies with more than 1,000 employees and a turnover of at least 450 million euros to identify human and labor rights and certain environmental risks in their supply chains and to take preventive and remedial measures. The law obliges companies social and environmental impacts along their entire value chain. The aim is to ensure compliance with applicable human rights and labor standards, as well as environmental protection, in order to promote a fairer and more sustainable global economy, as well as responsible corporate governance. The EU attaches great importance to environmental concerns in its industrial and trade development. The European Green Deal is the EU's new growth strategy, aiming to transform the EU into a fairer and more prosperous society with no net emissions of greenhouse gases by mid-century. It is a package of policy initiatives leading to a green transition, with the ultimate goal of reaching climate neutrality by 2050. Dear audience, so how do the values agenda, green development, and fair trade benefit Pakistan? Our approach to ethical businesses and fair trade is a positive way to improve the outlook of the economy, to promote trade and investment, and above all, meet human rights obligations in the labor market. This is comprehensively addressed through the EU's GSP Plus regime that Pakistan is currently benefiting from. Ethical business and fair trade mean actually much more than just paying fair wages. They mean that partnerships are based on reciprocal benefits and mutual respect, that prices paid to producers reflect the actual work they do, that producers share decision-making power, that national health, safety, and wage laws are enforced, and finally, that products are environmentally sustainable and conserve natural resources. The EU has always helped developing countries to integrate into the world trade. In Pakistan, we had the Trade-Related Technical Assistance Program, or TRTA, and provided assistance in reformulating trade policy with a broader vision and in line with WTO commitments. The TRTA program helped Pakistan good practices with respect to intellectual property rights and to attain competitiveness in the export of food products through sanitary and phytosanitary measures. As regards GSP+, its focus is to promote development and increase trade through the implementation of human rights obligations and the improvement of governance. The human rights obligations also include steps to eradicate child labor and bondage in the society. Thus, the effective implementation of the 27 GSP Plus core conventions will improve Pakistan's outlook to attract investments, to inculcate globalization, and to achieve inclusive economic growth through trade. We remain committed to promoting free trade in Pakistan in the future in order to highlight the role of small traders, clean trade, and sustainable gains of trade for all products. This could help the Pakistani business community to narrow down the gap between the farmer and the exporter, between the producer and the trader, and between the laborer and the entrepreneur. Ladies and gentlemen, by way of conclusion, allow me to underline that we view ethical business and fair trade as an opportunity for Pakistan, an opportunity to address economic inequality at the community level. An important first step would be advocacy work for fair trade amongst public and private interlocutors, with concrete examples and existing success stories. Thus, the Pakistani public and business community would get acquainted with the principles of ethical business and fair trade, which could be the basis for developing a national framework and national best practice. The EU looks forward to seeing a robust, responsible business regime in Pakistan. We, from the EU delegation in Islamabad, wish you a successful conference and many good ideas to guide the debate. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bilkul. What Mr. Philip had to say, that this is an opportunity for us to address economic inequality. That is something I feel that everybody in this room has experienced some way or the other. It's something that we can't actually miss. Now, just before the speech, we were talking a little about how fair and ethical business practices translate straight to profits. And these are very valid concerns for any profit-making industry. Obviously, we're not for profits, we're all businesses. So earlier this year, the Pakistan Stock Exchange held an IPO summit, and they called the chairman of the Pakistan's fastest growing company to come and share the secrets of their success. With a CAGR of 39%, this textile giant has grown leaps and bounds in a much shorter timeline than most companies usually do. Now, Interloop, the very company in question that I'm going to be talking about, has shown a remarkable surge in net profits from 4.6 billion rupees in 2023 to 9 billion rupees in 2024. And Musaddiq Zulkarnain, the very chairman that they had called to actually come and talk, for 20 minutes, all he did was list down three main drivers of Interloop's success: diversity, inclusion, and sustainability. The same exact things that are being discussed where in the different panel discussions and the different talks that you're going to be having today. So today, with the economic climate bearing down on all of us, our next speaker will be highlighting the importance of responsible business practices for employees. Give a big round of applause for the past president of EFP, former president Karachi Chamber of Commerce and Industry, for the former president of the South Asian Forum of Employers, and former president UN Global Compact Network Pakistan, Mr. Majid Aziz.
मुझे लगा ज़ैनब तो कोई सियासी जलसे में मेरे लिए बुलाया मुझे. Thank you, Zainab, as always. I've been given 10 minutes and our Secretary General sitting somewhere wants me to speak for 8 minutes. In my life, I've never spoken less than half an hour. So this is right now an issue for me. Anyway, Yulia, my Maliha, my president, Rauf, my office bearers, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I've been asked to give the employee's point of view on responsible business practices that are imperative for employers. At the outset, I want to state that the concept of RBP, I'll try to use the initial to save time, that used to be more or less unstructured, has now gained widespread importance as one of the key performance indicators that reflects the goodwill of the enterprise and also manifests the ethical ecosystem in any enterprises that Philip talked about also. The gist of my speech now would focus not on the big boys, but what is the RBP environment in the SME sector. I would also like to speak on the need. It's a very important thing, and it's gaining importance, is to establish, and I think American Business Council, you should also take the lead, a sustainable philanthropy framework within the ambit of the RBP. The principal difference in RBP of large corporations and SMEs is that the RBP in SMEs reflect to a greater extent the personality, values, character, attitudes, education, or background of the entrepreneur or the owner who is also the owner manager, than the large corporation do with regard to their executives You see, this is a difference. This close connection between the entrepreneur of SME and his company strongly influences the strategies, practices, and decisions, as well as the behavior of the company and its role in business as well as in society. The attitudes and behaviors of these small entrepreneurs or owner managers or small firms inevitably affect to some extent their networks of suppliers, customers, and employees. This is the ecosystem is completely different. The human rights factor is crucial in RBF. It's very crucial. When enterprises respect human rights, they demonstrate their commitment to building sustainable and mutually beneficial relationships with customers, communities, workers, as well as their investors, shareholders, or whatever. The human rights that business have to respect, and we are very much in EFP solidly behind this, is including the working conditions, fair wages. I'm not saying living wage as yet because still it will take some time. Social security, freedom of association, collective bargaining, non-discrimination, forced labor, and of course, child labor. The compliance of ILO, ILES, GSP Plus, as well as the conditionalities prescribed by the brands necessitate safeguarding the reputation, goodwill, and brand image, highlighting human and environmental risks before technical or investment decisions are made. And this is very important. Reducing cost burdens associated with labor disputes, customer issues, and naturally the stakeholder or investors issues. The emphasis is just not on profits. That is very important, but also creating social value. It is with this objective that the social partners can work together to strengthen the ecosystem of support for workers and their families, as even the community at large. Therefore, a framework for sustainable philanthropy must be agreed upon in order to inculcate a culture where enterprises are oriented with a more sustained and longer-term approach to give focus on ESG, which is now very, very crucial, and strengthen the private sector's ESG responsibilities. I will end my speech. I still have 5 minutes. I will end my speech at quoting from the resolution adopted at the National Business and Human Rights Conference that was convened by the Global Compact Network Pakistan and the Employees Federation of Pakistan on 10 February last year in Karachi. And unfortunately, I'm the former president of both these organizations, so both are dear to me. The resolution says that the business enterprises in Pakistan commit themselves to adopt an explicit and public policy commitment to meet their responsibility, to respect human rights, conduct risk assessments, examining the actual and potential human rights impact, and set up internal accountability mechanisms for the implementation of human rights policies within their enterprises, as well as in the supply chain, and then integrate all these into their recruitment, procurement, and other management policies. Before I conclude, let me cite a quote of Klaus Schwab, who is the executive chairman of World Economic Forum, who said that, and I quote, "Moral responsibility goes further, reflecting the need for corporations to address fundamental ethical issues such as inclusion, dignity, and equality." Philip mentioned also sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, the onus is on us to ensure that for the greater good of society, the responsible business practices must not only be the vision, but also the mission of all enterprises. And here I want to make a comment, and that is, I would like to, and from here, and I'm sure I'm speaking on behalf of all the board of directors and my president, as well as other who are our members and our sponsors, others. I want to really compliment and give accolades to our dynamic Secretary General, Syed Nazar Ali, who's done an excellent job. He has taken so much on his shoulders that I know, Humayun knows, Athar knows, or my colleagues know, he has really put in so much hard work. At times I know he's not well also, but he gets the time to dye his hair. And he's very, very, and I think Employees Federation of Pakistan is proud of him. And we are also, we would say, we are fortunate that we have Syed Nazar Ali. And my two slogans, I will say, which I give in every speech. One, when no one can do it, Pakistan can. We can do anything. Right, Julia? And for all us Pakistanis, wherever we go, whatever we say, whatever we do, whatever we read, and I always say whatever we dream, for all of us, it is always Pakistan first. It is always Sabse Pehle Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Majid. You're a true leader in sustainability. उन्होंने जो बात की है, बिल्कुल सही बात की है. When no one else can do it, Pakistan can do it. And I know for all of our Pakistani participants here, we have a special word for innovation, jugaad. And that is actually a mindset that we don't actually use properly. We don't take that opportunity. That is the only issue that we have, the only gap we have. We don't take advantage of the potential that is inside Pakistan. ESG, SDG, so many acronyms. Up for our next speaker coming up, we'll be talking a little about compliances. And now I have a fun fact about compliances, and I know the word fun and compliances usually aren't used in the same statement. But in 1754 BC, about 3,000 years from now, एक पहला code of compliances create हुआ था. This was by the king at that time called Hammurabi. It was called the Code of Hammurabi. By establishing clear laws, Hammurabi aimed to create stability and order, which was essential for maintaining control over his fast-growing empire. हमने Cyrus the Great के बारे में भी सुना है. He also established the same thing. He had the first ever human rights office. So this is not some new innovation that we're talking about. This is something which has very much been established. Now, today, businesses across the world adopt and employ practices that used to grow empires, that used to build civilizations. GSP Plus is one such trade arrangement that allows countries like ours to benefit from improved trade relations through compliances on human rights, on labor rights, on environmental protection, on good governance. And the best part, we also ourselves get to enjoy the benefits of these sustainable practices. जिस तरीके से मैंने आपको अभी थोड़ी देर पहले एग्जांपल दी थी, Interloop ने क्या किया था? They invested in DEI initiatives, and what happened? They doubled their profits, and there is a direct relation between these two things. I'd like you all to welcome our next speaker, who will help us navigate GSP Plus requirements to ensure compliance with labor standards, bringing 26 years of experience across international organizations and working with fundamental principles and rights at work in Pakistan and South Asia. The Senior Program Officer from ILO Pakistan, please put your hands together for Mr. Saghir Bukhari.
Thank you very much. I think, Assalamu alaikum ji. I think we are also supposed to be part of a panel discussion, if I'm not wrong. Just wanted to confirm. That's true. Okay. So I think this is in addition to what we are going to say, being part of a panel which will be looking at this very aspect of how we can improve together. And just to use this moment as a precursor to that particular panel discussion, I would only like to say compliances are seen as many times as not investments. Let's put it in this way. So what we understand from many different studies and work in different part of the world, that whenever we invest in social dialogue, at least the discussions and dialogues between workers and employers on those issues which are not really addressed by one party, we find some sort of solutions. And I think when we will be in the panel discussion, we will be talking about that. Having said that, business and human rights is something which is very much on the agenda of almost all the organization. When I look at a number of international community members across the country, everyone is speaking about how to improve compliances with the rights. And what we are going to tell during that panel discussion is that there are so many different frameworks available which are very easy to adapt. One of those is fundamental principles and rights at work. These are the 10 core conventions we all speak about. And our colleague from the European Union also mentioned about that particular framework in terms of GSP plus. That's part of the 27 now. Currently, there are 27 conventions which we need to use. But I want to recall, in this very room, we had a session 2.5 years ago, which was around multinational enterprise declaration, which is another very important framework which we can use to not only showcase what as workers, employers, and government we are able to do, but also present the sustainability part in the overall supply chain. And that particular declaration was used in the sports good industry and also in automobile, I understand. And the kind of changes it presented, I think that is something which we will be also speaking about. Having said that, I was more prepared to be part of the panel discussion. So right now, I will not take much more time. On behalf of ILO and my country director, who will be arriving anytime, I congratulate Employers Federation of Pakistan in terms of bringing this gathering today and also arranging this very important panel discussion where we will be discussing a number of examples, how businesses can change the reality of not only the workers in that particular establishment there where they are investing, but also the community. So we have a few examples to also present. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Saghir. So, one of the biggest concerns for all of us, especially as Karachiites, is climate change. That's literally the reason why this room is not completely full, because people thought it was raining and they're not very sure. We always have this hide and seek going on with the barish at this time. And it's such a real issue because it's for 2 months. Garmi itni nakable bardash ho gayi thi that it was so difficult to just breathe. Now, that's a very big issue. Human rights issues is another big issue. A lot of people say this, I've heard this quite a few times, that when you go out on the roads, you can actually judge a space just by the traffic. All right. And we know exactly what the traffic is like. So these sort of issues, when the corporate sector comes together and they try to resolve it, it actually makes a better world for all of us to live in, and much easier country for all of us to live in, like the country that we actually grew up in, you know. There's a growing momentum in many European countries to introduce mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence to companies to repair the negative effects of their operations on people and the environment. Case in point, Liari River. So many other bodies of water that have been polluted. That could have been very much preventable and avoidable. But it's not just the people and the environment that gets to benefit. हमने अभी थोड़ी देर पहले 2 अलग sessions में यही बात की है ना कि profits are directly related to your sustainable practices. But CSR advertising, it goes way ahead of that. Pakistan's Business and Economic Review report on corporate social responsibility talks about how consumers have a positive reaction to companies that are involved in ethical and responsible business practices. और ये चीज हमने कहाँ देखी है? जो boycotts अभी हुई थी, mass scale में boycotts हुई थी, which nothing else can show you a lot about Pakistani's consumer behavior. And that's something as companies, as sellers, as manufacturers, we really need to think about. This is a positive reaction. Whenever you get it from this country, it translates straight into profits. आपने देखा है be Pakistani, buy Pakistani, and that one message alone was enough to surge profits for those companies. Simply advertising your social responsibility activities can go a very long way for your company branding. तो फिर किस चीज का इंतजार है हमें exactly? Our next segment covers Responsible Business Help Desk, which was developed to help companies like yours and mine. The Responsible Business Help Desk is a support structure by GIZ, which informs, sensitizes, and advises local companies on these regulations and sustainable supply chains. It is this tailored guidance to our own unique needs and challenges specifically catered to Pakistan that could help us improve the business environment for everyone in this room and all around the nation. Because it's not just us, it's about everybody sitting in this room, everybody all around us, 248 million people in this country. I would like to call on stage a dynamic woman whose initiatives are aimed at enhancing social security and environmentally friendly practices in textile production. The head of projects at GIZ. Please, everybody, put your hands together for Miss Yulia Bazinova.
Malik Saab, Majid Saab. Okay. Malik Saab, Majid Saab, Mr. Buhari, Mr. Gross, and dear esteemed guests, Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon. Thank you very much for hosting this very important event on the responsible business practices on due diligence. And as it has been announced, we from GIZ working a lot with the business community, and I see that actually in Pakistan there is a very growing momentum on joining the forces, and it's not something that we say, okay, this is GIZ doing, this is ILO doing. We're all supporting the private sector, we're all working together to more sustainable industries in Pakistan. And why we do it? There is a reason. It's actually, if we speak about the human rights and environmental due diligence, we see that the number of people who are affected huge. We speak about 1 billion people who are affected in their rights to access to water. We speak about premature deaths, which are around 500,000 per year, and this is a huge loss. And also we speak about 20% increasing of world hunger by 2050. And these numbers are alarming. So what does the business has to do with this? If we speak about the responsible business conduct, it focuses on the 3 pillars. The first pillar addresses the human rights and environmental standards globally, contributing to the sustainable development goals. The second pillar, it addresses the establishing of the responsibilities of the companies within their own practices in downstream and upstream suppliers. And then we also speak about safeguarding people, environment, and society from the adverse effects of economic growth and development. We see currently the momentum internationally that the regulations emerge. So we do not speak just about the corporate social responsibility, because corporate social responsibility, it's actually, yeah, the company do a lot of steps, they implement a lot of initiatives, but this is voluntary. Every company can identify what lies at the core of their corporate social responsibility. But if we speak about responsible business practices, about due diligence, these are obligations, these are the laws, and there are also penalties if not to comply. So there is also a common ground, and this is the huge shift which is coming. So you can see that, for example, starting from 2000 until currently, there are multiple regulations which are coming into force in the EU, in Australia, in the US. And for example, currently, this year, the EU mandatory human rights due diligence law has been taken into force. So this is a huge milestone. If we speak about due diligence, so what is due diligence? Actually, if we speak about the corporate social responsibility, it's directed toward the company, towards the shareholders, towards company operations. If we speak about due diligence, we actually broaden the spectrum. We speak about the process, the risk identification, mitigation, which focuses on not only on the company, but also on their suppliers and their value chain. So the businesses have to address these risks in their operations, in their supply chain, and their business relations. And if we speak about the adverse effects, these are the harmful effects which are also identified in, for example, OECD guidelines. This can be hazardous chemicals, this can be discrimination or child labor. And the terms harm and adverse impacts, they're addressing the potential adverse impacts in the environment, but not in the company itself. This is a huge transformation and shift. So it's, okay. So one of the important milestones for due diligence is to see that it's not for the company, but rather to keep the focus on the environment, so how environment is affected by the company operation. And of course, there are several guiding principles, and the most important is the United Nations Guiding Principles on Businesses and Human Rights of 2011, which has 3 pillars. It's focusing on the state's duty to protect human rights. It focuses on the company's responsibility to respect human rights, but it's also address the readiness for victims of violations of their rights. And actually, based on the UNGP, there are national plans which are adopted by every country and based on their obligations to act upon. If we speak about the process of due diligence, it has 6 steps. They're also identified in this UN guideline. So here we see, for example, the first step is to embed the responsible business conduct into the policy of the company and in the company management system. Then the next step is to identify and to address the adverse impacts in operations, in supply chain and business relationships. And the third step is to seize, prevent or mitigate these negative impacts. Then, of course, it's important to track the implementation of such measures and these results, and also to communicate to the public what adverse impacts have been identified and how have they been mitigated, but also to provide the remedy for breaching the rights. And actually, this is a 6-step process. It looks simple, but it's very difficult for a company to start on this journey. And actually, it requires a lot of support in terms of how these policies can be developed. I can further what are the support mechanisms which are currently being launched in Pakistan. If we speak about the legislation, so here a brief overview. I can share the presentation afterwards with you. It's a bit small script. So you see the EU corporate sustainability due diligence, it's a law, yeah, with the all obligations towards it. And the process started from February 2022 and completed by now. The first implementation is expected by 2027 to the companies. So if we speak about the EU CSDDD, what it is, it has been passed this year. It implements the mandatory human and environmental due diligence obligations for the EU and non-EU companies who have the significant share of their businesses in the EU. It's also identified in the law. It sets the obligations, which are not only limited to the company's own operations, they extend to the company upstream and downstream business partners throughout the company's chain of activities. And the directive will start actively implemented or apply from 2027. to larger companies. It has several pillars. If we speak about the area of human rights, you can see the major regulations which are a part of this directive, for example, children's rights, discrimination in employment, land rights, child labor. If we look at the aspect of the environmental obligations, these are, for example, the Basel Convention on hazardous waste. It's also the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea and on the endangered species. So the application area is very broad. And so what are the companies who are affected? So as I mentioned, the companies who have significant share of businesses in the EU and their supply chain, meaning that the textile producers in Pakistan who supply to their EU customers, and the EU companies are above the threshold that it's going to apply to them. There are two provisions. One is that the EU-based company has to have more than 1,000 employees and the worldwide turnover over 450 million euros, which is not the biggest amount. So many companies will be covered by this. And also there are different timeframes which are applying to the companies of different sizes. So you can see it here on the table. It's starting from the 2027 until 2030 to cover more and more companies with every year of implementation. So just to summarize, I think important is to look at, 1,000 employees. This is the starting point for 150 million of euros. And also there are already the fine mechanisms which have been identified within this directive. For example, up to 5% of companies' global turnover, which is a huge amount. And therefore, this regulation has potentially big implications on the businesses. Also, representing the German organization, I'll go to speak a bit about the German Supply Chain Transparency Act. This has been adopted in 2023, and it also falls into the due diligence regulations. There are many overlappings between the German law and the EU due diligence directive. You see that they both apply to the companies which are having more than 1,000 employees. The EU directive includes downstream supply chain, whereas the German Supply Chain Transparency Act focuses on own business area and upstream supply chain. Here you can see the overview of the countries who already adopted the law or who have the political process. And you see the major target markets of the Pakistani producers are covered here. So this is something where really businesses need to take actions. And implementing due diligence, what I mentioned with the 6 steps, it's a long process. So the momentum to act is right now. It's actually a very important time to start this transformation. So how to support the local businesses on ongoing and embedding on this journey. With the support of the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ, they're supporting the network internationally of the responsible business help desks. So those are the structures which are intended to support the advisory, to spreading the information, to address the businesses, provide trainings and capacity building on the topics of due diligence, on the topic of responsible business practices. There are already, so here you can see the major areas, for example, advisory services, training and capacity, innovation support, monitoring, reporting. There are already several countries where this network has been established, and the owners of these networks internationally, mostly the private sector. And you see in, for example, in Turkey, in Bangladesh, in Vietnam, in Serbia, there are already established business help desks. And this experience we can take to Pakistan and to establish the similar network covering the major important associations and chambers in Pakistan to provide the information to the businesses. So important is that that for these structures, the businesses get the advisory services, they get the required support, or also the referral to the service providers, to the consultancy companies who can specifically develop together with the companies the tailor-made solutions. And in Pakistan, we are currently establishing this network. I'm glad to share that the AFP is our strong partner in this process. We are very happy for this cooperation. We have other business associations, we PHMA, TMA, PREGMIA, PTA, APUBMA, Optima on board, and also FPCCI, the umbrella chamber organization. It's very important to have this momentum to really join forces to make sure that the information is spread to the members, and then the training opportunities and the also link to the service providers is available. So I encourage you, if you are interested, if you would like to get more information, please do connect with us. I will be happy to provide this information to connect you with the relevant trainers and the associations. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a good event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Julia. All right, guys, now we're going to actually inch slowly and gradually towards a panel discussion, which we're actually all excited about. And before this panel discussion, as usual, क्योंकि मैं एक दास्तान गो हूँ, I actually like to tell a few stories before we start introducing people and introducing panels. तो एक कहानी आप लोगों को मैं सुनाना चाहती हूँ. 1906 के अंदर प्लिमथ यूके के अंदर एक शहर है, उधर एक कंट्री फेयर चल रहा था. उस कंट्री फेयर में उन्होंने एक गाय रखी, एक्चुअली गाय नहीं भैंस रखी थी, और उन्होंने लोगों से कहा, एक कंपटीशन रखा कि आप में से कोई भी गेस करेगा इस भैंस का वेट, आप जीतेंगे प्राइस. 800 लोगों ने अप्लाई किया. आप सोच सकते हैं कि कितने लोग जीते होंगे उसमें से? कितने लोग जीते होंगे 800 लोगों में से? हाँ, एक भी नहीं, एक बंदे का भी जवाब सही नहीं आया. All right, so this was a time कि एक statistician था फ्रांसिस गोल्डन के नाम से, and he came up with an idea कि why don't we take a median of all these numbers? And you know the interesting thing that happened right after that, the number he got was accurate to 1% of the weight of the ox. This day, a new concept was born, and that concept is called wisdom of the crowds. इसके ऊपर एक किताब भी लिखी हुई है. I would recommend all of you to read it because it is actually holding the answer to a lot of the problems we're discussing today. Using the same concept, the US Navy found a lost nuclear submarine in 1968. अब जब आप एक न्यूक्लियर सबमरीन घुमा देते हैं अटलांटिक ओशन के बीच में, अब आप उसको छोड़ तो नहीं सकते ना, ढूंढना तो है. अब कहाँ ढूंढ रहे ये लोग? 4 सबमरीन्स गायब हुई थी, 3 ढूंढ लिए थे, एक मिल रह गया था. उस वक्त भी एक और स्टैटिस्टिशियन थे, उनका नाम था जॉन पी क्रेवन. He was the mastermind behind this particular project, where he put together a group of diverse experts, scientists, mathematicians, soldiers, salvage workers, and they all pointed to a spot that was only 200 meters away from where they actually finally found the craft. This is what wisdom of the crowds actually talks about. Collaboration makes us more intelligent. It brings together ideas that otherwise feel so impossible. There's so many conversations we're having. And I know, I'm a Pakistani too. I know there's so many things we hear and we think, yeah, that's so impossible. That can't happen here. But that is the beauty of collaboration. A group of diverse thinkers will always be more intelligent than an independent thinker. With this in mind, the Employees Federation of Pakistan brought together a group of diverse representatives to discuss today's panel on collaborative solutions for responsible business practices. अभी थोड़ी सी इंटीरियर डिजाइन हुई जा रही है. Today's panel will navigate the world of human rights. By the way, I just want to ask the audience right at the back, can you hear me? Yes, you can? Great. So today's panel will navigate the world of human rights and ethical business practices and identify actionable strategies that will work for us in our current economic environment while focusing on a collaborative approach to improve these practices. Please join me on the stage in welcoming our panelists. Number one, our Deputy General Secretary of Pakistan's Workers' Federation, Mr. Chaudhry Saad Mohammed. Could we have a loud round of applause? I know हम कम लोग हैं मगर हम शोर बहुत मचा सकते हैं. Number two, if you could have on the stage the GM Sustainability Corporate from Artistic Millionaires, Mr. Mustafa Ahmed. Please give it up. Now I'd like to call on to the stage from the Human Rights Department of Government of Sindh, Miss Kiran Zubair. We have a diverse group of people, as we actually mentioned earlier. And last but not least, I'd like to call on to the stage the Senior Program Officer from International Labour Organization's Office for Pakistan, Mr. Saghir Bukhari. All right. Yeah. So I have a few questions for all of you. I have a question actually for each one of you, and then at the end, we're going to conclude this with a question which I'm going to position to all of you. Mashallah, se because of the rain and the climate change that we had discussed a little earlier, हमारे काफी सारे attendees late हुए थे, and because of that, we had actually delayed our conference so that we can have as many attendees as possible to be part of this evening. So we're going to shorten this. We're going to cut out the follow-up questions, and obviously, I'd like to maintain the time in terms of the minutes that is going to be used, please. All right. So, Mr. Saad Mohammed, I have a question for you. Rights holders, particularly workers, are at significant risk in the workplace, especially when faced with numerous challenges, ranging from fair wages to safe working conditions. Now, from a trade union perspective, what are the most pressing issues that workers face, and how can public-private partnerships address these concerns? Could you? Yes. No, you're not. Yes.
Yeah.
Could we have sound here, please?
Yeah. Hello.
Thank you very much. So everybody can hear me now, right? Thank you. The most important issue for us from the workers' point of view and the challenges that comes out because of this is the implementation of the law is the biggest challenge. We have good laws. They do need some amendments, but the laws that are currently in force, they are good. The problem is the implementation, and then the next problem is the awareness of the workers on the law. The workers, they are not aware of the law. And through partnership, through strong bilateral cooperation, for which WebCop is one of the good example, we can ensure that we can work together and we can see that how we can collectively improve the workplaces. We have good examples in many cities, in many factories who are part of WebCop, where through joint cooperation of workers and employers, we have come up with very good achievements, very fruitful things. Because I was informed that we have to take strict care of time. So we'll not go in depth. Maybe later on we can discuss it. But the only way is that how we can strongly have strong bilateral cooperation. Like we need to strengthen WebCop. That is the only way to get benefits.
So basically, WebCop is the answer when it comes to implementation, and implementation is the main issue that we actually are struggling with, which I believe everybody would recognize and agree with.
Yes, and let me also reiterate one thing, that WebCop is a unique example, not just in the region, but in the world. I think this is just Pakistan, where most of the time, more than 90% on issues, workers and employers, the PWF, EFP under WebCop, and along with other allied organizations, federations, chambers, we are mostly on one page. One of the big example is the labor code now. There are several things on which we are not ready on the labor code, and there are something on which EFP is not on the, ready for that. But the good thing is that because of the web cop, we are discussing those labor codes collectively, and we are trying to come up with a consensus law where we both parties agree to implement that law for the benefits of workers in the industries. So web cop is the future. Web cop is the only solution.
Actually, collaboration is the main area that we believe across Pakistan, whether it's sustainable development, whether it's business, or whichever practices pertaining to corporate world has to include collaboration. Otherwise, we can't actually move forward.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Saad Saab. So I'd like to move on to Mr. Mustafa Ahmed. And given that you are from the corporate sector and you would actually understand how this is implemented, my question to you is, access to remedy allows victims of corporate human rights abusers to file grievances and seek remedies, and remedies like, for example, Harassment at Workplace Act and other such remedies, ensuring business practices are free from discrimination. Now, can you share, since you're from the private sector, can you share how the private sector is addressing this issue?
So I thank you for having us, first of all, but I just like to maybe also take note of what you just said and say that, yes, our laws are very good, but maybe the due diligence part really lacked when they were making it, because who they're making it for, if they don't understand what it says, I mean, frankly, अब तो हमारे Chief Justice की भी interpretations and laws की, लेकिन if they don't understand the law, it will be very difficult to implement it. Now, coming back to what you just said, I would really want to reiterate that we, have all these amazing harassment acts and everything, and we did what they asked us to do, but the brands didn't have any confidence in us. They came back and said, oh, we'll make our own grievance committees, own grievance programs, and that is what you have to now follow. And that was the extent of, how we were working with. Now, fortunately for us, we get our hand held by the brands, by the international community, and we come up with a system, and then that is what we develop, right? At the same moment, I think if you look at the Bangladeshi example, and you would see a lot of them, taking a better way from us, they created a community or a consortium where, as you said, collaboration was very effective. They had their own industrial community, which would come face to face with the international laws and make sure that they get customized to what they wanted also, or what was good for their people. That is what we lack here. Collaboration between the industry is very less. Collaboration between the academia and industry is very less. Frankly, we're scared of the government anyway. So that collaboration I don't see happening. But I think as of now, the good examples that we make this effective is because we get handheld by our international brands. So they tell us how to make it more effective. There's a lot of training that needs to go in to the people, a lot of awareness sessions. And I would request, instead of targeting the end result, like we did for diversity, like we did for women in the industry, it was like, okay, let's have this as a target of women in the industry. We need to target the back end of it, the support system of it.
Bilkul.
We can only have those women in if there are that amount of women in the STEM programs. We have that amount of women in the education. They are coming out of the textile industries and working. And, similarly, after being married and with kids, they still could work.
So the infrastructure that is required behind all of that.
And stop targeting the end part of it. The root cause must be addressed first. And that would take time. I agree that there's a certain amount of things industries must do, but it must also go towards the community, the government sector as well. Loading up the industries to do everything for them would just not work.
नहीं एब्सोल्युटली आप बिल्कुल सही बात कर रहे हैं हमने पहले सबसे पहले जो मेंशन किया था कि कोलैबोरेशन इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट नाउ वी हैव एक्चुअली डिस्कस्ड अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट area that is missing in Pakistan generally is patience. Patience to allow a law or an act to actually move through, because 2010 के अंदर जब harassment at workplace act आई थी, उस वक्त एक बहुत major pushback था. Now majority of the companies are actually accepting there's no longer a pushback. So it's all about bringing the policy into place, making sure that the root causes behind the policies are covered. Bilkul, thank you so much, Mr. Mustafa. And over here, I'd actually like to push on to the next question with Ms. Kiran Zubair. And kyunki it pertains to exactly what he was just talking about. Given that you're from the Human Rights Department of the Government of Sindh, और अभी हमारी यही बात हुई थी कि how can we collaborate? Like, how can the corporate sector and the government collaborate on this? My question to you is, the ministry is actively working on the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights and its implementation. What specific measures is the ministry taking to address the challenges of enforcing human rights within businesses, given the current economic instability and inflation, for responsible business practices?
Thank you so much. As you all know, that business and human rights are built on the three pillars for protect, respect, and remedy, and states that the government has the responsibility to build these pillars in the context of these business practices. So currently, the Ministry of Human Rights has constituted interprovincial and interministerial steering committees that encouraging the consultations and dialogues with the business community and to promote and encourage the businesses. And other than that, there are priority actions like 2 and 3, which comes under the National Action Plan of 11 to 25, and then Action Plan of 31 and 34 as well. Which constitutes that the government has been supporting, the Ministry of Human Rights rather supporting the government and the Ministry of Labor in consolidating more than 70 laws into 5 broad themes, which also included the human rights development and the labor welfare, and as well as social safety nets. This would create an opportunity and an introduction to the business community to provide equal opportunities to, especially to women and the person with disabilities and also transgenders. Other than that, there are ongoing consultations, as I mentioned earlier, that there are being regulatory frameworks, procedures that the government is streamlining with other government departments, for instance, with the investment department for providing interest-free loans or low-interest loans to encourage these small and medium enterprises, as well as they are also introducing the advisory cells, human rights advisory cells, which and also human rights desk. This is one of the current initiative which is in line with the process through the ADP of the Human Rights Department, Government of Sindh, that they are now been introducing human rights desk as well in the factories, which is a unique initiative of public-private partnership under this the provinces. So I would say that it is Sindh is one of the what you can say first province to create that steering committee, which is in the province as well as at the secretariat. And then most importantly, the ministry is also working in adopting the roadmap for the mechanism and model in the form of human rights due diligence. We had a very informative presentation here of the human rights due diligence, and the government is also working on that roadmap.
Yeah, this is wonderful to see that the government is actually pushing focus over there. ये जो आपने public-private partnership के बारे में बात की थी, before we actually move forward, I just wanted to add a little bit कि the power of the corporate sector when it comes to implementing laws, and this is something that आप लोगों ने भी देखी होगी. I keep going back to the Harassment at Workplace Act, mostly because I studied it. There's a book called The Asha Experience, which outlines the entire involvement of the government and the private sector in terms of creating it. And what we saw from that the private sector was powerful enough to actually create that impact, bring that law into place. Halaki, it took Dr. Fauci has said about 10 years to bring it into practice and then for it to be signed off. It was a very long process. And the very fact that you've taken the steps and you're moving forward, that's actually very, very important. There's another question that
maybe just
Gigi.
quickly add
Bilkul.
for Ms. Kiran to maybe also think on terms of what would incentivize us to follow all this. As industry, I don't see an incentive where I would follow all of this and gain anything other than whatever we're complying with international business. Everyone shows that as a compliance. And for you guys to take away a lot of incentives from the industry currently, and then asking us to do more of this would be very difficult. Also, the fact that if the government of Pakistan itself, for example, your text board association takes books from companies which do not have fair wage in their own setups. If they are opting for companies which are cheaper on their contracts, how would you expect, other companies to follow suit?
Um, if I would answer, yes, surely. That whenever we invite the consultation, the first ever question that we have usually come across is that what the government is doing and how they can collaborate or bring the incentives. So very genuinely, this is a very rightly said that yes, the government need to take initiatives that could benefit and provide the incentives. But however, I would like also to inform you that equally the government, like in the form of the consultations and dialogues and the steering committee especially. So we have currently invited the Chamber of Commerce, the business community, you can say, and the Chamber of Commerce, including the Islamic Chamber of Commerce. And thereby we are, introducing those, working on that human right due diligence framework through which we can also be lining about the framework which can also incentivize the public, especially the informal service sector and the home-based workers, and moreover, the inclusion of the person with disabilities into the business community and transgenders, like they can have their quotas fulfilled.
Bilkul. And with that, I actually have another question. If there's anybody else who'd like to question, because this is a very important actually conversation when you have the corporate as well as the government sector together.
I
आपके एक और सवाल
maybe
है?
just want to quickly also point out that when we started working with people with special abilities, it was the most difficult thing to get the government doctor to certify them that they had the disability. One, the government doctors weren't available. Secondly, the test, they had no clue how to say, yes, this is a disability. So the infrastructure at the back end, as I said before, needs to be very secure for you to introduce a law on disabilities. And secondly, when you keep saying transgenders, I would always assume it's intersex people because transgenders are what religiously now recognized or not. So
Now
the
that's a very
clarity
big, broad
between
category.
exactly the dialect, the clarity, it has to be there. We just won't be, even with the international brands coming in, they take a very strong due diligence on the culture and the religions norms of the area. So yeah, something like that, we need to be very good with our dialects, wordings, and due diligence.
ये जो बिल्कुल शुरू में बात भी यही हुई थी कि infrastructure is the main thing which is missing in this entire story, and that again is something that it's something that we also have to, as the private sector, make our own take our own steps towards improving that infrastructure. Many companies actually go and improve academic institutions. They go and try to create that crop that actually comes into work, and so that एक पूरा एक आपका line, एक pipeline create होना शुरू हो जाता है. But before we move anyway further, I'd actually like to ask a question from our last panelist, Mr. Saghir Bukhari. So आपके लिए जो सवाल है, as we heard in the speaker session earlier today, aligning with international labor standards is essential for businesses operating locally or in the global market. Can you share how the International Labour Organization in Pakistan is assisting with this alignment?
This is a very pertinent question, and I'll just try to build upon what my colleagues Mustafa and Kiran had already emphasized. I think one of the biggest challenge is changing the mindset. So we need to start from there. So in terms of international labor standards, there are more than 400 standards, norms, recommendations, and protocols. Out of those, 36 are ratified by Pakistan, which means Pakistan has to implement 36, at least those. And among those, 8 are fundamental principles and rights at work, which Pakistan has ratified. 2 of the FPRWO, which were recently considered as part of the fundamental principles and rights at work, are yet to be ratified by Pakistan. But still, any country which is member of ILO needs to report on them. Irrespective of you ratify or not ratify, you have to comply with those. These 10 are the basic pillars of the, if we call it also of the business and human rights agenda, because 2 of them are around non-discrimination, which you were talking about. And I think you started by saying disability inclusion. So irrespective of sex, I think they cover a very large extent of exclusion, whether that is based on religion or whether that is based on sex or orientation or any other aspect. So those are two. Then two are around child labor, which is another very big issue. And if we look at the statistics right now, out of school children, very alarming. So if children are out of school, that means they are somewhere. They may not be economically active, but they are somewhere. So if 22.6 million children are out of school below the age of 15 and 28 million children are outside of school below the age of 18 or 17, that means they're somewhere. So these two are there. Then two of the conventions are around what we call collective bargaining and freedom of association. Very, very sensitive topic for businesses in many ways. And I think Saad mentioned about WebCop. So there are ways of working around it. And I'll come to how we are supporting the businesses around it. In the last two, which Pakistan has not ratified, are around occupational safety and health. And we have seen that how many people die every day. The people who actually go out from their houses for work to earn something for their families, but they don't reach back. Or they face some sort of challenge, whether they are in mines, whether they are transport worker or construction sector worker, or maybe a few in the informal sector when there is a fire in a factory. So these are the frameworks which are available. And then we provide technical assistance to all three of our stakeholders, government in terms of improving the legislation and implementation mechanisms, employers organization to be able to build their capacity to respond to these needs. And as our colleague from GIZ mentioned, a very nice help desk. We also have a help desk around MNED, Multinational Enterprise Declaration, where employers can get a lot of support. And then, of course, workers' organization in terms of understanding them and using it. At the end of the day, this is the responsibility of all three partners. We cannot really place it on one partner. So as a worker, it's my first responsibility to secure myself. As an employer, it's the responsibility of the employer to provide that enabling space. And then, of course, government. So that is how we work. And at this point in time, we have number of enterprise facing tools and strategies. Our president, Employers Federation of Pakistan's president mentioned about Compliance Plus, which is a very important tool. We are also supporting employers in terms of implementing factory improvement trainings, the score, and then, of course, interventions such as Better Work Program and our advisory to the employers organization in terms of how to improve are the stepping stone towards implementation of these. So these are just few examples. We can speak on and on. But what I think in the beginning you said, attitudinal change is very important. Understanding that this is needed. Understanding that without this, we are not able to survive. So to remain competitive, we need to comply with these particular standards is very important. And I think in an economy which is 73% informal, and if we add the agriculture part, what we are, the colleagues from employers who are sitting in this room, they may be trying their best, but in that particular framework, in that particular economy, I think it's very difficult to really come up with a lot of examples. So one very important example here I would like to quote is complete supply chain. So for example, if a factory like Mustafa is representing, if they are the upper tier of the cotton supply chain, then what is happening when it comes to the fields?
Yeah.
Specifically where farmers are actually engaged. So do we have child labor over there? Does these factories who are exporting have anything to do with those particular areas where they might not be procuring directly, which may not be even 1% of their direct supply chain? So how to build those synergies? I think that's where ILO is also supporting the whole supply chain to understand and implement strategies so that we start from the form and we go up to the fashion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sakir. And आपकी बिल्कुल सही बात है कि first of all is the mindset that we need to start adopting a much more collaborative mindset. The three parties that you had mentioned, the employee, the employer, as well as the government, they need to come together. And it's not a job of just one person, and this is not a blame game. And that is one of the biggest steps that I think it's a behavior that we're looking at, a behavior change across Pakistan that will actually result in this collaborative approach, which will result in an improvement in the infrastructure, which will result in, again, क्या कहते हैं, these practices actually being implemented. अब एक आखिरी सवाल मैं पूछना चाह रही हूँ, आप ही से पूछना चाह रही थी. So keeping up with emerging trends and regulations in business and human rights is vital for staying competitive and compliant. जो कि आपने अभी point out किया था. What emerging trends do you see in global responsible business practices that organizations present here today should be aware of and adopt? Could we have help here with sound, please?
Thank you very much. I think part of your question was responded by Mustafa, and I'll also try to share what we know a little bit about the global practices. There are very different practices when it comes to responding to business and human rights. So first of all, we as a country needs to understand that there are global supply chains, and the customers across the world are very much, aware now. They know from where, they are buying when it comes to specific export-oriented commodities. However, the challenge really comes when we develop or we make for in-country. So, for example, if we have a brand which is working for Pakistan only, or which is only selling in Pakistan, there may be a lot of challenges in the supply chain of that particular brand. And that's what we hear a lot. So that is where I think these examples from other countries can really inspire, because if we have different kind of setups, they will not really help us. So starting from this child labor platform, which is a platform at the global level, which talks about how to address, let's say, child labor in the supply chain. We also need similar kind of discussions when it comes to the setups in Pakistan, which are making for Pakistan. So those kind of examples we need to learn. When it comes to discrimination, we were talking about transgenders. So there are a number of examples globally how people who are excluded, whether they are disabled, whether based on their gender or their any orientation, how they are excluded. So those examples also needs to be used.
Yeah.
And again, I will emphasize on behavioral change. I know, Nazar Saab, you're looking at me, but this is very, very important. Investment in the behavioral change so that we understand what is expected, not only in those industries which are working for the global market, but also for Pakistan. Thank you.
Bilkul, thank you so much. A big round of applause for our panelists. काफी सारे जो सवाल हमारे होते हैं, especially even as consumers, we want to actually know what's going on with the corporate sector, what's going on with the government, how is it all aligning together. And I do believe there is a good future if we do collaborate, because Pakistan has all the potential to move forward. It has always had that potential. So thank you so much for coming here. And thank you all for being part of this conference. We are going to be moving forward towards our tea break and our networking break. So please, inshallah, would be looking forward to seeing all of you in the award ceremony right after the tea break. Thank you. Recognition seal. All right, so I'd like to call onto the stage the president of EFP to present a memento to our panelists over here. Assalamu alaikum.
और नहीं कुछ तो बात करनी है. Hello. Can you hear me? Yes, basically, I just want to take the advantage of the companies who are sitting here. The responsibilities that our organizations are going through, and you will see this when we give the awards to the national organizations. All I want to say is I think we need to bring in SMEs because we need to grow. Because right now we have the larger companies enjoying this, and larger companies are into exports, but we need to go down to the SMEs. They will come up, and that will bring the progress to the Pakistan. So I just wanted to make a small brief.
All right, I'd like to start presenting the mementos to Mr. Chaudhry Saad Mohammed, Deputy General Secretary, Pakistan Workers Federation. Our next memento is going to the General Manager, Sustainability and ESG Artistic Millionaires, Mr. Mustafa Ahmed. We had some very interesting conversation over here right now during the panel discussion. And I believe that we'll have even more interesting panel discussions with Mr. Mustafa. I'd like to call Ms. Kiran Zubair, the Labor Rights Specialist, Human Rights Department, Government of Sindh. And last but not least, Mr. Saghir Bukhari. I'd like to call him onto the stage to receive his memento. He's a Senior Program Officer for the International Labour Organization Office for Pakistan. All right, so we are going to break out for the tea break, and I'd like to ask all the award winners, remember the seating because you'll have to come back, be seated over there, and we can now take a break before we start the award ceremony. So enjoy yourselves, network a little bit, and let's learn a little bit more. हम अभी थोड़ी देर में शुरू करने वाले हैं सो आईड लाइक टू एक्चुअली रिक्वेस्ट जितने भी अवॉर्डीज हैं इस कमरे के अंदर जो आपके डेजिग्नेटेड सीट्स है प्लीज टू कम एंड टेक योर प्लेस इन द सीट्स क्योंकि हमारे चीफ गेस्ट अभी पहुंच चुके हैं एंड वी आर गोइंग टू गेट स्टार्टेड इन द नेक्स्ट 5 minutes. I'd like to announce again all the awardees inside this room. Please take a seat on your designated seats. जो आपको designated seats मिल चुकी हैं उधर आके seat ले लीजिए ताकि we can get started. We'll be starting with the 10th Employer of the Year awards very soon. Our chief guest has arrived and I'd like to see all of you back onto your seats. It is amazing to see an entire world of Pakistan's corporate world over here who are all focused on fair and ethical business practices, on responsible business practices. Sitting over here, we've got awards for everyone over here, 10th Employee of the Year awards, जो कि हम अभी थोड़ी देर में शुरू कर देंगे. So please take a seat in your designated seats and we're going to get started in the next 2 minutes. We're going to continue the 10th Employee of the Year awards right after this Azan break. We will begin the evening with a recitation of the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم في بيوت أذن الله أن ترفع ويذكر فيها اسمه يسبح له فيها بالغدو والآصال رجال لا تلهيهم تجارة ولا بيع عن ذكر الله وإقام الصلاة وإيتاء الزكاة يخافون يوما تتقلب فيه القلوب والأبصار ليجزيهم الله أحسن ما عملوا ويزيدهم من فضله الله يرزق من يشاء بغير حساب.
Please rise for the national anthem. Imagine a Pakistan with incredible infrastructure, a well-oiled bureaucracy, leaders who prioritize the people that they serve, countless opportunities, and enough finances for everyone. This is not an impossible dream. Like many countries that have walked the journey towards success, we too have a job to do in improving the conditions of businesses across our nation. And tonight is all about celebrating the employers that have taken on the challenging task of forging a path for other businesses to follow. A decade in excellence, celebrating accountability and merit across multiple industries to make Pakistan rise as a formidable contender in the global market. In these 10 years of awards, we've seen a 20% increase annually in EFP membership. Over 130 winners take home the coveted prize and a steady increase in the participation rate in responsible business practices across the nation. Rome wasn't built in a day. And this is the work that we all have to do together. I'm Zainab Ansari. I'm your host for the evening, and I would like to extend a warm welcome to our partners, our award winners, particularly International Labour Organization, and our incredible audience that have made it today to celebrate the best employers in Pakistan. And I'd like to start this evening with a big round of applause, and let's get some energy moving in this room. Thank you. Thank you. To begin this much-awaited evening, I'd like to call on to stage one of the leaders of the Employees Federation of Pakistan, previously the president of the Lahore Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Pakistan Industrial and Traders Association Front, representing MGA Industries Private Limited as the director and leading the Employees Federation of Pakistan from the front as president. Please put your hands together for Mr. Malik Tahir Javed.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I must say, we have such a dynamic lady tonight. I mean, I feel like she's been trained in UK, Pakistan, and USA. And she made our evening. It's a pleasure for us. Honorable Abdul Salam Tahim Sahib, Minister for Labor and HRD, Government of Sindh, sir. I'm highly obliged that you gave us the time. Mr. Gair, Country Director, ILO, a dear friend, a friend of Pakistan. Thank you, sir. You made it all the way from Islamabad. Miss Yulia, GAZ, thank you very much as well, your cooperation. You are also a friend of Pakistan and friend of the Employer Federation of Pakistan and friend of the employers. And your contribution is tremendous. ILO and GIZ, they are making our lives forward. Employers, workers, officers from government departments and distinguished guests. I have some people from the embassies as well. My dear friend from Malaysian embassy. Thank you very much, sir, and other dignitaries who are here today. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of the Board of Directors of Employers Federation of Pakistan, I warmly welcome you to the award distribution ceremony of the 10th Employer of the Awards 2024. We do this every year, and I think this is one of our most famous awards that the industries, the employers, they do their job, and then we give them the award, which is an excellent job my organization does. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, the first part of today's mega event was an interactive conference on responsible businesses. Responsible businesses, this is very important. If we want to beat the world, we want to export, we want to make our businesses workable, so you have to be responsible. And it was a very well-leaded conference just before you gentlemen came this afternoon, where experts and panelists discussed the significance of responsible business practices, especially in light of the new conditionalities of GSP+. GSP Plus has given us a lot of progress. Our industries have been able to, I keep on saying export again and again, because I personally think export is very important for my country. And GSP Plus did a good job for us. The conference facilitated an exchange of practices and insights aiming to mobilize and scale up efforts to promote responsible business practices for national productivity and sustainable development. I am pleased to inform you that the theme for the conference, Responsible Business, is also the main theme for the year 10th Employer of the Year Award 2024. This theme aligns perfectly with the Employers Federation of Pakistan mission to promote good and fair business practices to achieve decent work for all, leading to the enforcement of social justice. And we are the first people, Pakistan, Employer Federation of Pakistan is the first signatory to the social justice practices in the world in ILO. We recognized it, that we need to get involved into this topic. Recognizing organization is a small part of a large initiative by Employer Federation of Pakistan to foster a culture of compliance and decent work. We are collaborating with development partners, workers, federations. We have people here sitting from the Worker Federation as well. And we are proud to say this, that we work together. We solve our problems on the table. And the private sector to raise awareness about the fundamental principles of right at work. The MNE Declaration and the Sustainable Development of Goals, our engagement with the trade unions through WebCorp. WebCorp is one of kind in the world. Pakistan is preaching with it. And I have seen that the Pakistan leads with it because many countries do not have WebCorp. It's focused on preparing a new social contract based on the core labor standards and mutual respect for rights. Through these activities, Employer Federation aims to encourage organizations to embrace their ethical and legal responsibilities for inclusion, development, and recognition, their commitment to creating a culture of companies and responsibility business practices, recognizing that organization is crucial to advancing their efforts. Hence, Employer Federation of Pakistan also organizes mega events to acknowledge commitments to OSH. And I think we have done a lot of programs on OSH, and those companies who are working on OSH, we gave them awards as well. And I personally feel OSH is life. OSH has to be implemented in every part of the life that we go through, in our offices, in our homes, in our lives. It's very, very important. Gender equality and women empowerment, disability, sustainability, and social protection. Taking this opportunity, I would like to emphasize the need for simplification and consolidation of labor laws, keeping in view of the ground realities and need of the workers and employers. There is a need for the improving and strengthening social security institutions, ensuring better medical and health services, as well as protection to the workers. I am happy to inform that EFP is only apex body of the employers who is a member of the International of IOE, Employers of the World Organization, and important consistent to ILO. By virtue of this, Employer Federation is managed to engage in social dialogue with government and other stakeholders of issues relating to compliance, social protection, and labor legislations. We therefore request that Employer Federation, being the apex body, be included in the tripartite bodies of the province. This is my special request to you, Minister Saab, that our organization should be in most of the boards that are related to us, because we perform already. It is a request to you, so please. We assure the government of Sindh that Employer Federation will continue its effort to promote compliance as a tool for enterprise development and productivity, as well as to advance industrialization in the province of the Sindh. Today's event celebrates the achievements of organizations that are going beyond compliance, I say, to promote responsible business practices and create exceptional work environment. It is very encouraging to see growing recognition among businesses in Pakistan. It is very encouraging to see growing recognition among businesses in Pakistan of the importance of responsible practices for sustainability of enterprises. I would like to congratulate all the winners, the organizations, and thank for supporting Employer Federation in promoting a culture of compliance and responsible businesses. And I see, and you will see when people will get their awards, these are multinational companies. And I say, and we are working that maybe next year when we will have this, we will have SMEs into this program as well, sitting here along with us, because if we don't promote SMEs, our businesses will not rise. I mean, the bigger organizations are there, but SMEs need to be promoted. I would also like to express my gratitude to the ILO for their continuous support. Mr. Gair, thank you very much, always. We are honored by our presence today, Honorable Minister Sahib. Thank you very much that you came again. I appreciate. Finally, thank you everyone for joining us for the conference and awards distribution ceremony. At the end, I would like to appreciate Employer Federation team who went through a lot of work. I think it always takes us 1 year. And especially I have to say this, I'm bound to say this, that our directors and our employees, not the employees, our colleagues, they did a lot of job. And I say this to my directors, that if there was a machine, I would duplicate one gentleman sitting in front of me who's my Secretary General, Mr. Nazar, but I can't do it. So may Allah give him the health to carry on making this kind of functions. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Malik Tahir. And now, on to our next segment. The International Labour Organization is a United Nations agency dedicated to promoting social justice and internationally recognized human and labor rights. Its founding mission recognizes that lasting peace and prosperity require ensuring that all people have access to decent work opportunities and fair treatment in the workplace. And that's something that we all can agree on. ILO has been instrumental in advancing the cause of decent work and better working conditions in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goal 8. We are grateful to ILO for supporting this conference and this award ceremony, which aims to incentivize and recognize businesses all across Pakistan, as we can see represented here in the audience, that prioritize improving working conditions for their employees. It is our honor to welcome as our next esteemed speaker, someone who has championed the cause of decent work and economic growth throughout his career. Hailing from Norway with extensive experience spanning Europe, Africa, and now Pakistan, please join me in welcoming to the stage the Country Director of the International Labour Organization Office for Pakistan, Mr. Geert Tonstel. Please, let's have a big round of applause.
Thank you. I think I should start by thanking the MC for that fantastic introduction. The ILO does not often receive that, but thank you warmly. Honorable Shahid Abdul Salam Tahim, Minister of Labour and Human Resource Development of the Government of Sindh. My dear friend, Mr. Tahir Javed Malik, President of the Employers Federation of Pakistan, Mr. Feroz Alam, Vice President, and Mr. Nazar Ali, Secretary General of the Employers Federation of Pakistan, representatives of workers' organizations, distinguished representatives of the international community, GIZ, civil society representatives, UN colleagues, business leaders, and honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very good evening and salam alaikum to you all. It is indeed an honor for the ILO to be among you today on this momentous occasion, the 10th Employer of the Year award ceremony, organized very capably by the Employers Federation of Pakistan. Earlier today, EFP successfully conducted the National Conference on Responsible Business, which highlighted the growing importance of responsible business practices in today's interconnected and rapidly evolving global landscape. Every employer organization, irrespective of its size or sector, must continue to contribute to its stakeholders and to society at large. Central to this responsibility is providing decent working conditions, conditions that are safe, inclusive, and conducive to sustainable growth. This evening, we are here to recognize the invaluable contributions of employers to the socio-economic fabric of Pakistan and to celebrate the dedication, innovation, and responsible business practices that drive the nation's growth and prosperity. At the ILO, we believe that strong employers' organizations play a crucial role in achieving decent work for all. By improving working conditions, by enhancing the competitiveness and quality of businesses, employers can foster an environment where businesses grow, whilst also creating an enabling environment for all stakeholders. Such work is not achieved in isolation and requires the full engagement and collaboration of tripartite stakeholders. Initiatives such as the ILO Global Coalition for Social Justice and the just transition towards environmentally sustainable economies and societies can be supported by the business community to shape a sustainable future and contribute towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals in Pakistan. The ILO will continue to support the application of fundamental principles and rights at work, which are essential to the business and human rights agenda. This framework provides specific guidance to employers' organizations, helping them build capacity and implement responsible business practices. I am confident that many of this evening's awardees are being recognized for their significant progress in these areas. I wish to extend my heartfelt congratulations to all the award recipients tonight. Your dedication to responsible business practices and your commitment to improving the lives of workers is truly commendable. Let us also take this opportunity to look forward to a future where businesses not only thrive, but also contribute to a more equitable and sustainable world of work. The ILO stands with you in this journey, ready to support and collaborate in every possible way. In conclusion, I wish to extend once again my heartfelt congratulations to the Employers Federation of Pakistan for this commendable evening. Thank you once again for associating the ILO, and let us together make a lasting impact. Bahut shukriya. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kier, for gracing us with your presence. And now, here to explain to us all the objectives and the importance of the Employee of the Year Award is our very own Secretary General of the Employees Federation of Pakistan. Please put your hands together and welcome one of the most hardworking and determined individuals focused on creating a more inclusive and productive environment for the business community of Pakistan, Syed Nazar Ali.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम इय्याका नअबुदु व इय्याका नस्तईन ऐ अल्लाह हम तेरी ही इबादत करते हैं तुझी से मदद चाहते हैं I have been asked to present or apprise you about the process and criteria of electing winning companies of the Employers of the Year Award. Before proceeding to this, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Mr. Shahid Abdul Salam Thaim Sahab, Minister Labour and Human Resource Development, Government of Sindh. And I'm also thankful to my friend, Mr. Gear, who has always been very supportive to Employers Federation of Pakistan for his continuous support and his presence in these programs. I'm lucky कि मुझे शाहिद साहब के वालिद साहब के साथ भी काम करने का मौका मिला और अब मैंने जब मैं टैफ्टा में आया डायरेक्टर जनरल तो टैफ्टा में मैंने शाहिद साहब के साथ भी काम किया और अब मैं लेबर मिनिस्टर के तौर पे शाहिद साहब यहाँ पे हैं मैं चाहता हूँ कि मैं थोड़ा सा एक आध मिनट इस पे लगा दूं कि टैफ्टा में भी जब आप चेयरमैन थे तो शाहिद साहब हैज कंप्लीटली टर्न अराउंड ट्रांसफॉर्म्ड द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन टैफ्टा फ्रॉम ए वेरी डाइंग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन टू ए वेरी वाइब्रेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन Majid Mahi was the board members, Feroz Bhai was the board members, and they are witness to this. And I'm sure कि यहाँ पे लेबर मिनिस्ट्री में भी शाहिद साहब अपना वो रोल प्ले करेंगे और वर्कर्स और एम्प्लॉयर्स के जो इश्यूज हैं उनको यकीनन एड्रेस करेंगे और जो लेजिस्लेशंस वगैरह एज सजेस्टेड बाय द प्रेसिडेंट कि वट एवर द लेजिस्लेशन लेबर लेजिस्लेशंस आर मेड इन द सेंस वो जो हैं वो वर्कर्स और एम्प्लॉयर्स की कंसल्टेशन के बाद और उनके साथ बनाई जाएंगी. थैंक यू मिनिस्टर साहब. Employers Federation of Pakistan is very actively engaged in promoting fundamental principle of right at work and improving the working condition so as to realize a decent work for all. And to achieve this, Employers Federation of Pakistan is promoting and recognizing companies who are demonstrating best practices or fair practices in different areas, including OSH, skills development, exporter awards, and then again, this Employers of the Year Award is one of the mega events of the Employers Federation of Pakistan, and we are organizing this event from the last 10 years. And EFP has been hosting this award from last 10 years, and this is the 10th year award ceremony. And this award is normally given to the companies on demonstrating their best practices in areas including industrial relation, human resource management and development, occupational safety and health, sustainable development goal, SDGs, skills development, and overall compliance and implementation of the labor laws. So this is an award where we engage companies and see the companies who are completely taking care of every aspect of their employees, right from their entry to their careers and then their retirement areas. I'm happy that Employers of the Year award is gaining recognition all the time, every year, and now we are increasing number of participating companies are increasing. This year, 72 companies basically shown their consent for this award, but 54 companies were eligible and who submitted their best practices against the laid down criteria or the questionnaires we have submitted to them. Briefly, just to explain, the forms and the submission of the companies were evaluated by the individual members. The quality of submission, the quality of their best practices, the clarity of the filling of the forms, the quality of the filling of the forms was also taken into consideration. Then these assessments made by the individual were again reviewed by the committee with all the 3 members of the committee representing industry, academia, and social development sectors, reviewed the marking given by the individual member so as to ensure the transparency and the merit of the things. Then the companies who scored highest marks, the companies were divided into national and multinational, and the companies who scored highest marks were rated first, second, and third. And then there were 3 bands of scoring. Band 70, these companies who secured 70 bands were recognized, are being recognized as a silver award. The companies who were in the band of 80s are being recognized as a golden awards, and the companies in the band 90s will be recognized as a diamond category awards. President Saab, just to inform you, and you were just talking about SMEs. So this award is also basically both SMEs were also considered in this award. But since the criteria of this award and the requirement of this award is quite stringent and very demanding, more demanding, so most probably sometime the small and medium companies don't go through with these ideas of this submission of these programs. And then in a while, we will be announcing the name of the winning companies. I taking the opportunity to congratulate all the winning companies and hope that they will stand with the Employers Federation of Pakistan and continue to their efforts in increasing the bar of compliances so as to create a better name and better image of the Pakistani business in the globe. I would like to thank the leadership, the president, vice president, and the board of directors. And particularly, I would like to acknowledge the support extended to the secretariat by the board directors of my vice president, Mr. Feroz Alam, Mr. Majid Aziz, Humayun Azir, who is the chairman of the labor subcommittee, then Mr. Hasnan Mazhar, who is the chair in the skill development committee, and Athar Iqbal, who is heading the HR committee, and then Mr. Khalid Junejo. They were the people who stood with me all the time, providing guidance and their support. I'm also thankful to my team who really put a lot of efforts in making this event a successful but at all, without the participation of the companies, it would have not been possible कि हम ये award भी कर सकते. So I would like all the companies to clap themselves because it's their program. It's a program for them. It's a time of celebration. It's a time for them. So I would like them to clap for themselves. With this, I will also like to thank the MOC of this program, Zainab, who really, जिन्होंने इस प्रोग्राम में really जान डाल दी. शुरू में जब हमने कॉन्फ्रेंस स्टार्ट करी तो कुछ बारिश की खबरों की वजह से, and I'm surprised, I receive about 20 phone calls कि जी प्रोग्राम हो भी रहा है या नहीं हो रहा. I said यार सलाब तो नहीं आया जो प्रोग्राम नहीं होगा, कोई बारिश मेरा ख्याल कहीं पड़ गई होगी. So उन्होंने ये प्रोग्राम किया. With this, I am extremely thankful to everyone, my participating companies, my team, my directors, everyone. Pakistan Zindabad.
Bilkul, Pakistan Zindabad, and that is definitely something that we should hold on to. It's really a privilege for me to be standing here on stage in front of so many companies that are representing responsible business practices. And that's actually what our conference was just before we started the award ceremony. And I have to tell you, a lot of times when I go and I sit on a very casual note, when I go and I sit with people and we discuss Pakistan's problems, and there's always one or two people who says, you know, things can't move forward. When I sit in rooms like this, I actually feel like there is actual hope. और जो कहते हैं ना, उम्मीद पे दुनिया कायम है. And that is true. We have hope, and that is all we actually need, because Pakistan has all the potential to move forward as a formidable competition for many other countries in the world if we actually put our act together and if we actually collaborate together. Our next segment involves a thorough gentleman who, through sheer perseverance and grit, turned around the Sindh Technical Education and Vocational Training Authority in his capacity as the chairperson. It is individuals like these that help in laying brick by brick the foundations for rebuilding Pakistan. I'd like you all to put your hands together for our chief guest of tonight's awards, the Minister for Labour and HR Department, Government of Sindh, Mr. Shahid Abdul Salam Tamim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Guest, President Saab Malik Tahir Javed Saab, Mr. Gair, Director ILO Country of Islamabad, distinguished representatives, employers, workers, academia, consulates, and government officers. Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a matter of great pleasure and honor for me to address this prestigious Employers of the Year Award distribution ceremony organized by the Employers Federation of Pakistan with support of International Labour Organization. I am glad that this ceremony has been organized to recognize companies demonstrating responsible business practices. It is more important that EFE has been organized and recognizing champion companies on the best practices for the last 10 years. Ladies and gentlemen, the businesses are the engine of economic growth and they contribute economic and social development. In this encouraging and that the concept of responsible business is gaining the significant importance, and business are adopting good practices to avoid negative impact and make the positive contribution to social economic development. I am happy that EFP attaches high priority to decent work and encourages companies to adopt responsible business practices, promoting respect for labor rights and decent working conditions that lead to enterprise sustainability, sustainable economic development. Promoting compliances and recognizing companies for the best practices for the last 10 consecutive years is the testimony of EFP's commitments to promoting decent work and social justice. I take this opportunity to congratulate the award-winning companies. Hope they will further their efforts in promoting good practices for better productivity and industrial growth. I would also like to advise all other companies to follow these champion companies, and I assure them the government is very much aware its responsibilities to create an environment conducive to responsible business, promoting a culture of compliance and sustainability of the business. I have been informed that a conference of responsible business was also held before this award ceremony to enhance the understanding responsibly business practices and empower organizations to embrace their legal and ethical responsibilities toward creating a more sustainable and inclusive business environment. I will urge EFP, ILO, GIZ for their continued support in building the capacity and understanding of our businesses to be more compliant and cater to requirement GSP plus European Union due diligence framework and expand of our exports. The Sindh government is committed to strengthening tripartite structures for promoting social dialogue and providing platform for workers and employers to discuss the deliberate upon their issues to develop a consensus recommendations for the development of implementation of labor legislations. As per its commitment, the Sindh government has drafted the Sindh Labor Code by emerging 21 labor laws. A copy of draft labor code has been handed over to stakeholders for their input. Once their input is received, the meeting of all members of Sindh Tripartite Labor Committee will be arranged. The recommendations so received will be incorporated in the code and will be sent for legislation. I am happy to inform you that Sindh government is working to improve the condition of SESI hospitals and dispensaries to provide better medical and health services to workers. Benazir Mazdoor card had been issued to all secured workers to provide them timely medical services. The system of registration of workers and payment of contribution is being improved. Labor inspection system will also be improved by shifting the focus for punishment to improving and prevention. The Labor Department will work with both workers, employers, judicially to support the better industrial environment. I would once again like to congratulate management of winning companies who will be receiving awards for their good work, responsible business practices. I will also congratulate Employers Federation EFP for its good efforts, assure my full support to endeavor to promote social justice or decent work, ensuring rights of workers, sustainability, and organization and inclusive growth. I also ensure them the issues raised by the EFP will be given due consideration. मैं यहाँ पे अपनी स्पीच खत्म करने के बाद मेरा बड़ा भाई है नजर साहब, उनका नाम नहीं लिया मैंने कहा कि आखिर में उनकी बड़ी कंट्रीब्यूशन है सेक्रेटरी साहब की। जैसे उन्होंने कहा कि टेवटा में वो मेरे साथ भी रहे, मैं चेयरमैन टेवटा भी रहा हूं और मेरे वालिद भी चेयरमैन टेवटा रहे थे, अब्दुल सलाम सहीम साहब। उनके साथ भी नजर साहब ने काम किया और मेरे साथ भी काम किया। हम लोग एक्स पाकिस्तान यूके भी साथ में गए, वहां पे कॉन्फ्रेंसेस अटेंड की हम लोगों ने, नजर साहब और मैंने। और नजर साहब का जो है अपना रिटायरमेंट के बाद भी उन्होंने जो रोल अदा किया है वर्कर्स के लिए, सारों के लिए, तो इनको मैं ये मेरे बड़े भाई हैं और इनको इंशाल्लाह ताला अल्लाह मियां और भी इज्जत देगा, इनको मेहनत करने की तौफीक अदा करेगा, इनको अच्छी सेहत देगा। मेरे वालिद के दोस्त मजीद अजीज साहब भी बैठे हैं, उनके लिए भी, दूसरे जो भी हमारे दोस्त थे, ये भी टेवटा में बोर्ड के मेंबर थे जब मैं चेयरमैन था। तो जो भी यहाँ पे डिस्टिंग्विश गेस्ट हैं, लेडीज जेंटलमैन, हमारे जो एम्बेसी से आए हुए सारे दोस्तों को बड़ी मेहरबानी। पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद।
A big thank you to Mr. Shahid for coming over here and actually us with his present as the chief guest. And now, for the most awaited moment of the evening, the award distribution for the Employer of the Year Award 2024. And before all of that, I would like to call onto the stage, first of all, Mr. Malik Tahir Javed, President of EFP, Mr. Gair Tonstal, Country Director, ILO, Mr. Mohammad Feroz Alam, the Vice President of EFP, Mr. Majid Aziz, the past President, EFP. I'd also like to call onto the stage Julia Bazanova, Head of Projects, DIZ, and one of my favorite ladies over here in this evening. Very happy to see your name over here, Sadaf Hatif, EFP Board Director. Could we have everybody here on the stage? All right, so first of all, we would like to present a memento to our chief guest, Mr. Shahid Abdul Salam Tahim. If I could call the Secretary Human Rights here on the stage. What a diverse group of people we already have here on the stage. Thank you so much for being part of this event here today. All right. I'd like to request the President to present a memento to our chief guest, Mr. Shahid Abdul Salam Tahim. Yes, a big round of applause. We want to have some energy over here. We don't want you to fall asleep. So we're going to have a little collaboration. We talked a lot about collaboration, so it's going to be the MC collaborating with the audience here tonight. So please, lots of energy here tonight, people. All right, we're going to start our awards for tonight. So we're going to start with the CEO of the Year Award for the multinational category. We have Feroz 1888 Mills Limited. If you could have Sumer Nisar on the stage. Then we also have our national category, and in that we have our winner, K Electric Limited. And for that, I'd like to call on to the stage Mohammad Rizwan Dalia. In our large multinational category, we have three positions. In the first position, we have yet again Feroz 1888 Mills Limited. Could we have Mohammed Shahid on the stage, please? In our receive the Diamond Recognition Award. Our next award winner is Al Karam Textile Mills Private Limited. And for that, we'd like to call on the stage Nizar Nuruddin. Yunus Textile Mills Limited. For that, we'd like to call on the stage Tahmina Ali. Next up in our Diamond Recognition Award is the English Biscuit Manufacturers Private Limited. And that we're going to be calling Zahid Iqbal. I know you like me saying your names like this, full WWE style. All right. All right, then we have International Steels Limited. And for that, we'd like to have on stage Hamza Tariq. Forward Sports Private Limited, Imran Rashid Ghori. Could we have you on the stage? Artistic Garment Industries Private Limited. Could we have Mr. Naveed Khan? Our next winner for the Diamond Recognition Award is Pakistan Telecommunication Company Limited. And for that, I'd like to call on to the stage Mr. Mohammad Ajmal Khan. All right, for the next winner, we have Agri Auto Industries Limited. And for that, I'd like to call Syed Agha Muhammad Abbas. Now, this is all in the diamond recognition category. Responsible businesses, that's what we're celebrating here today. And this is one of the biggest celebrations tonight because there is nothing more important in 2024 than sustainability. And companies that are taking on that role, who are accountable for their actions, usse behtar kuch nahi hai. And this is exactly what these awards are here tonight. What makes me even more proud about these awards is the fact that it's multiple companies. This is not one company or two companies. This is multiple companies coming together from across different sectors, across diverse sectors of Pakistan. Our next award is going to be the Gold Recognition Award. We've got a lot of winners over here and a lot of names that I've actually worked with. Good to see everybody here. And all right, for the Gold Recognition Award, I'd like to start with Indus Motor Company Limited. And for that, we'd like to have Mr. Samad Shah here on the stage. Indus Motor Company. Then we have Dollins Private Limited. And for that, we'd like to have Miss Aisha Hassan here onto the stage. Then we have FFPL Power Company Limited, FPCL. And for that, we'd like to call Muhammad Khalid Jaleel. We're still here on the Gold Recognition Awards, ladies and gentlemen. Our next winner is Eastern Garments Private Limited. And for that, their representative, Noman Jamil Khan, I'd like to call him onto the stage. For the Gold Recognition Award, our next winner, Shabir Tiles and Ceramics Limited. Syed Hussain Khalid, could you please come on to the stage and receive the award? International Industries Limited, IIL. Could we have Saman Babar onto the stage to receive this award? Our next winner in the Gold Recognition Awards, Tata Pakistan, Humaira Ahmed. Please proceed onto the stage, receive the award on behalf of your company. Next up, we have Herbion Naturals. And for that, we'd like to call onto the stage Miss Usma Safdar to receive the award. I see a little excitement here. आपके लोग इधर हैं. All right, Mizan Bank Limited. Please come onto the stage. Umair Rajput Sahab. Next up, for the Gold Recognition Award, we have Imtiaz Private Limited. Mr. Azim Khan, could you please come onto the stage and receive the award on behalf of your company? All right, next up, we have EFU Life Assurance Limited with Jalal Habib Karmali. Next up, we have Atlas Battery Limited with Ahmer Waheed. And last but not least, we have Lucky Textile Mills Limited, Hassan Farid Paracha. And now give it up for the Gold Recognition awardees. अगर हाथों में तकलीफ हो रही है बाद में जाके बाम लगाया जा सकता है आप प्लीज तालियां बजाएं lots of energy people because we now have yet another award that we're going to be presenting which is the Silver Recognition Award. And for the Silver Recognition Award, the first winner that I'd like to announce is the Orange Line Metro Rail Transit System. And for that, their representative, Lee Teng, could we please have you here on the stage? Thank you. A big round of applause, please. Next up, we have Park Suzuki Motors Co. Limited. And for that, we'd like to have Miss Sana Rahman here on the stage to receive this award on behalf of Park Suzuki Motors Co. Limited. Yes. And next, we have our Chroma Pakistan Limited, and we would like to call onto the stage Qasim Raza. Our next Silver Recognition Award winner is Dubai Islamic Bank. And I'd like to call onto the stage Mr. Bilal Aklim to receive this award on behalf of Dubai Islamic Bank. Our next Silver Recognition Award winner is CHT Pakistan Private Limited. I'd like to call Mr. Mohammed Tayer onto the stage to receive this award. Who? Mohammed Tayer. Don't run. Our next winner for the Silver Recognition Award is Sikkim Pakistan Private Limited. I'd like to call onto the stage Bata Owais. Next in line for the Silver Recognition Award is Synergy Co. PK Limited. And for that, if you could have Masroor Saber come onto the stage and receive the prize. And last, and definitely not least, is Pakistan Petroleum Limited. And we'd like to have Mr. Waleed Ali to come and receive the Silver Recognition Award. And then we're going to go on to our participation shields. Number one, and this is one of the more powerful upcoming companies coming up, led by one of the leaders in diversity, Infrazamin Pakistan Limited. If you could have Mr. Waheed Khatri come and receive this prize on behalf of Infrazamin. The next on the Participation Shield Awards, I'd like to call Bifas Cedulus Private Limited and Colonel Amir Nazir to come and receive the prize. If you could have the audience seated so that we can finish the award ceremony, we have a vote of thanks right after this. And lots of really good food. I know for a fact that we're all waiting for that. And now we have our next participation shield. Could we have Mudabbir Siddiqui from Chase Up, our next participation shield winner? Members of the audience that are standing right now, there's lots of time to network and also eat right after this. If we could have you all seated. Thank you very much. Our next participation shield winner is Pakistan Beverage Limited. And for that, we'd like on the stage, Mr. Sultan Mughal.
Please bear in. थोड़ा सा
हमारे ऑडियंस मेंबर्स जो इधर हैं जो खड़े हुए अभी राइट नाउ मैं आप सबको दरख्वास्त करूंगी कि प्लीज आप बैठ जाएं so that we can move forward and continue with the award ceremony. All right. All right, and then the last but not least again for the participation shield, Rayan Commodities, जिसमें से आएंगे Mr. Ehsan Mehanti. And now that we're concluding our award ceremony, could we have a big round of applause for our awardees here tonight? Thank you so much for taking accountability and showing that responsible business practices is the way forward here for the rest of the companies in attendance here today. Thank you so much. We're going to have a group photo with all the award winners and the board directors. So please, if you could have you on this stage. Winners, could we please have you all onto the stage for a group photo? Okay. All EF board directors, can we have you onto the stage here with the winners? This is what you call a legendary photograph. Because these are the legends of the sustainability sector of the corporate sector here. Onto the stage. बाकी जितने बोर्ड डायरेक्टर्स है कि ईएफपी के उन सबको दरख्वास्त होगा कि प्लीज आप आ जाएं स्टेज के ऊपर और इस ग्रुप फोटो का हिस्सा भी लीजिए Thanks.
एक मिनट ये बोर्ड डायरेक्टर और ईएफपी स्टाफ सिर्फ यहाँ खड़ा रहा है बोर्ड डायरेक्टर एंड ईएफपी स्टाफ सॉरी बोर्ड डायरेक्टर एंड ईएफपी स्टाफ प्लीज
Another photo?
अभी
Another photo?
आप लग तस्वीरें नहीं है हाँ हाँ आ जाए ना आप लोग स्टाफ भी आ जाए ना सारा ईएफपी का सारा स्टाफ आ जाए
I'll put my foot in. A request to the entire EFP staff to actually come to the stage for this photo because we'll be moving forward towards this vote of thanks.
ये प्रोग्राम जो है हमारा ये देखें इट वाज ऑन ए रिस्पांसिबल बिजनेस एंड अनलेस वी आर रिस्पांसिबल सिटीजन रिस्पांसिबल पीपल हाउ वी कैन डेमोन्स्ट्रेट द रिस्पांसिबल बिजनेस प्रैक्टिसेस
इससे मुझे याद आता है कि जब हम कतार में खड़े होते थे पाकिस्तान में there's always that joke that अगर हम दुबई जा रहे हैं तो सब कतार में खड़े होते बिल्कुल सीधा फिर जैसे इधर आते इमिग्रेशन लाइन को तोड़ के हम निकलते हैं सो बिल्कुल सही बात की है रिस्पॉन्सिबल बिजनेस प्रैक्टिसेस इज अ माइंडसेट जिस तरह हमने डिस्कस किया था एक फाइनल डिस्कशन में a little while ago and keeping all of that keeping that energy and that mindset we need to obviously adhere a little bit to the timeline the great part is we're actually almost done. So there's not a lot left and we've got one vote of thanks left.
मैं रिक्वेस्ट एवरीवन टू काइंडली अपनी सीटों पे आ जाएं प्लीज जरा
All right. Thank you so much for coming back to your seats for the vote of thanks. Empowering the individual means empowering the nation, and empowerment is best served through rapid economic growth with rapid social change. Let us conclude this evening on a high note with a vote of thanks by Mr. Mohammad Feroz Alam, Vice President of EFP. The last time I'm going to ask you guys to all clap and give a big round of applause.
Thank you, Zainab. Honorable Minister, Director ILO, Country Office Pakistan, Excellency, government officials, dignitaries, CEOs, and representative of participating companies. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good evening. On behalf of the Board of Directors of Employers Federation of Pakistan, I wish to express my gratitude and sincere thanks to all of you for your gracious presence at this ceremony that acknowledges the commitment and contribution of the corporate sector in promoting and maintaining decent, inclusive, professional, progressive, and healthy work environment, making their organizations a great place to work and branding them as companies of choice or employers of choice. We congratulate the award-winning companies and all others who participated to make this award competition more meaningful, vibrant, and dynamic. Surely this means a lot to us. Let me also take the opportunity to thank our valued partners for their continued support in organizing this and similar sort of other functions, graceful award distribution ceremony of today. My deep appreciation to the panel of jury for their dedication and professional conduct exhibited in the whole process, and also for our appreciation for the EFP Secretariat, Secretary General especially, and his team for arranging and organizing this event successfully. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to all the award-winning companies once again, and thank you once again.
थैंक यू वाइस प्रेसिडेंट साहब। नॉर्मली होता यह है कि प्रोग्रामों में बहुत देर हो जाती है, लेकिन मेरा ख्याल शायद ये प्रोग्राम जो है जिस स्पेस से चला और जिस तरीके से लोगों ने पार्टिसिपेट किया वो हमने कुछ 15 मिनट पहले कर लिया, एंड वी वर एक्सपेक्टिंग दैट इट विल एंड अप टिल द मगरिब की नमाज तक होगा, तो लेट्स वी वेट फॉर मगरिब प्रेयर एंड देन द डिनर विल सर्व। वी विल हैव टू वेट फॉर 10 मिनट्स ओनली प्लीज। थैंक यू।
I know as Pakistanis that food is definitely important. Definitely. Pet puja to karni zaruri hai. And I know you're all hungry and we've got really delicious food waiting for us right outside this hall in 10 minutes. But 10 minutes is a great amount of time to network, and that is exactly why so many of us are actually over here. This has been an exciting night full of positive energy and learnings from experts who are shaping the world that we are in here today. Let this evening be the start of some serious work towards building a better Pakistan for all of us and our future generations to live in. It's been a privilege hosting all of you. This is Zainab Ansari. Onwards and upwards.